Hello everybody and welcome back for the snooker action. This time is the semi-final number 2 and it's Judd, the world number 1, up against the home favourite Mark Allen as the world number 9, representing here, of course, his home country. And in the clash to try and challenge Jack Lisowski for the title tomorrow, I mean, what a battle we've got on our hands here. We've got Judd finally kicking into some of his form after dispatching the likes of Gary Wilson and John Higgins quite comfortably a couple of days ago. And then we've got Mark Allen that has been absolutely formidable, especially when it comes to late performances of the matches, dispatching Jordan Brown, Ben Wollaston and many others along the way to actually get himself with this clash here. So you probably will have Trump as the minor favourite going into this clash simply for him, winning this title 4 times previously here, but he's going to be challenged by the man that has won it a couple of times as well, doing that back to back. So in the 2022-2023 season, but right now all eyes are going to be on this performance, and of course Jack Lisowski is going to be watching this one, probably at home there, and realizing that he's done his part of the job and he's going to be in the final no matter what tomorrow, and it's all about who's going to be the opposition player for him to try and play against. And so now he's got the break-off shot here, Trump. Nice little start there for him. And hope Jack can go all the way. Hope to see Jack finally win his ranking event. So certainly a lot of loving the Jack there. And well, it's probably a fair assessment if you talk about it. It's going to be a little bit of an underdog against the favourite here, if you talk about Jack Lisowski facing any of these two. But until then, we can have a look at the long shot from Mark Allen as he makes this one brilliantly towards the left corner. So the break-off shot from Trump wasn't quite as precise as it could have been. I think Jack will trounce his field if Jack gets complacent against Mark Allen. It's curtains for him. Well, it certainly probably is. And I don't think he will do that because he knows it's the semi-final stage. I think he'll be very hungry to finally get him back on the winning side of things. Hasn't won a trophy of a ranking event for 11 months now. And what a way it is going to be to make it 5 there for him in Northern Ireland. I do actually think that Judd is going to take this one, but of course the score and the fact that if I'm going to be correct here, he's going to be determined by the fact if Trump is going to play himself pretty well here, and of course it's going to depend on the performance from his opponent's side of things. For now, Allen gets himself on an early chance here, so scoring 7 points and getting very close to the black here. Obviously having a chance now to try and send the cue ball back up the table there for a couple of reds just over the black spot, and using 2 cushions to his advantage. Obviously not going to have an option to go back for the black here, but still going to be more than good enough there for him to try and send the cue ball up for the blue. And as he has a little look to see if he's going to try and make that way around the cue ball area. And he's over on for the blue though, so he's going to have to go for either yellow or potentially try and stretch for the blue. So not quite as fluid and straightforward as it could have been at the start of this match. And of course Allen has to be careful. He's had some issues earlier up against Judd Brown in the early stages of the match especially. But all in all, managed to overcome the majority of them and managed to be victorious at that time. Still with a comfortable scoreline, so it does indeed go for the blue, but in the end, it's going to work out perfectly for him. So controlling the cue ball and making sure that he's going to cannon in towards the reds in the nicest possible way for him. So just having a look to see if those two are going to be in the way of each other. Of course, going to, impact his chances slightly. But he's still going to have a red towards the right corner for him to play. And get the cue ball up the table out there. Whilst, of course, his opponent has to still wait for his chance. And nicely done by Allen. It wasn't the easiest of the reds for him to try and send in towards the right corner. But managed to do that. Once again, overruns for the blue, which I think would have been intentional at that time. Getting some safety for the cue ball. And also just having that angle on the brown or yellow to send the cue ball back down the table. So play that one power. In the end, 2 cushion standard escape, but the cue ball once again there going to be pacey and of course, has to be careful that he doesn't end up in the same place as he was previously, compromised by 2 of those reds. And, in the end, having a good look at this to see if it's actually gone the way I just mentioned. But I think in the end, you just about get through to the one closer to the right corner pocket, and therefore just get himself set up on the black here. So 3 more reds available here for Mark as he tries to get a substantial lead that is going to be good enough there for him to make sure that it's going to be off to a great start. And just having a little look to see if, of course, John Higgins has done that to Judd. You've won the opening frame against him. Judd managed to win 2 on the bounce there ever since. And managed to get himself a 2-1 lead, of course, until the intermission. Higgins managed to level things up. And ever since the interval, Judd managed to go on a run there of winning 3 frames on the bounce. That's once again there, Alan just getting that cue ball towards... I think he was trying to play for the blue at that time, but not going to be perfect with the setup here. So may actually go for the pink in towards the right corner pocket. And he can try and roll the cue ball through the blue there and try and get himself lined up for the shot in towards the left corner, where you can try and send the cue ball the long way around here. And in the end, playing the shot really nicely. And, it's going to be the question of it, has he actually played the shot with too much power? But still remains on the break here. And still showing 39 on the board. And having a little look to see if, he's going to be able to get through to that red in towards the left corner, which, would have been an intentional shot. In the end, has to go for the red just above the black here. So important couple of shots here for him, but as he was for the majority of the tournament, still staying very clinical and getting himself back up for the yellow. So 91 points still on the table here for Alan and Chom to try and make sure that, things are going to go their way, of course. But, from Chom's point of view, until that actually is the case, he has to see his opponent make a substantial enough mistake for it to come back to the table. And once again, Alan on a little bit of a stretch here for this red in towards the left corner and trying to guide the white in towards the black here, but he's going to lose it. And a very surprising mistake there from Alan, because he's done all the hard work once again there. And just having a look to see where he's going to send the cue ball now. Losing the white was very much a problem there for him. He was trying to get himself a little bit of the angle, obviously, to send the cue ball into the main bunch of reds, as he didn't have any more to have the cue ball lined up on. But in the end has to take one of the bowl colours and try and put them on towards the left cushion. And it does look like it's going to be the yellow. And well, he's going to miss it by some margin there. So not quite putting the yellow onto the cushion here. So, wasn't happy with the way he played the safety shot. But in the end, it's a nice little start there for him. 43 points on the break. Not going to be the worst case scenario for him. And now it's Jump getting down for this red and try and send it away from each other. And ultimately, was making sure that he's not going to give anything away there to his opponent. And in the end, plays a safety shot really nicely there. Going to show a couple of those reds to his opponent. And once again, there's Alan steps back to the table. So yeah, he's got show a couple of reds there, but I don't think any of them are going to be a chance, Alan, for actually to make it another successful lompo after the one that got him into the position that he currently finds himself in with the 43 points of a gap. So he was trying to find some sort of a cut there in towards the left corner. And in the end, the same red will be playable for Chomp to try and take into the same pocket. Of course, he's going to have to be very careful in terms of not catching the black there with the cue ball. As he does have a little look to see if the line is going to be there for him. Doesn't seem to make a decision just yet. Of course, he'll have to do something about that red. It does seem like he's going to try and take it out of the game. Not actually try and go for a long pot here. I mean, he's caught the black in a way that was always going to compromise his chances here. But, I mean, the cue ball position is going to be really good there for him. But, of course, it's going to be the position of the reds there. And especially the one closest to the right corner. But, you know, Alan has to do something about it. If he's not going to go for the potting angle, he has to try and make sure he either covers up the line with one of the colours, or he's going to be able to get the red out of that zone and in towards the safe place. Of course, Trump previously, with his safety shot, just compromising the position of the black there ever so slightly. Putting him towards the right hand cushion there of the table. I don't think it's going to be a massive problem for him at this stage. Because, you know, he's got 43 points behind. It's 83 on the table, so he doesn't necessarily need total clearance. The pink should be able to get him over the line in that regard. And, of course, it's still going to be a bit of an impact for him to try and make a clearance. And after careful consideration, let's see what Alan is going to do with this red. Of course, he has to play for it, because he can't afford to leave it there for Trump. Ultimately, if he goes for it, it's going to be a difficult pot for him to try and make. And in the end, he has went for it. So what is he actually going to give away to Trump here? And it doesn't look like he's managed to cover up the red in towards the left corner. So it's going to be very close there for him. But cue ball just above the blue line, but ultimately doesn't look like he's going to have too many of those reds available here for Trump to play. As he has a look himself here, Judd. I think he'll try and send this cue ball towards the top part of the table here, but ultimately would like to get himself a chance here on the board. And yeah, had to try and have evasive action with the cue ball, but in the end he's played the shot in the worst possible manner there for him, because not only did he not manage to get the pot, which he probably would have deserved there after playing a couple of good safeties in the end, but he also puts himself on the back foot and allows Alan to potentially take a red in towards the left corner. Or even potentially, well, of course, he can try and go for a safety himself, but it's going to be very interesting to see what his reaction is going to be. As for now, send the cue ball down the table and try and get a couple of those reds towards the right corner pocket. And yeah, in the end, didn't really have any cut available there to him. But, you know, try to play a safety shot, but it's not like he's played the best one in the world. Once again, just leaving that cut available for Trump towards the left corner for good measure. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. And, you know, Trump has gone for it, but he's missed it. And it's all about where the reds are going to finish. And is he going to finish beyond the blue? I don't think it is. So Trump is going to concede another chance here to Alan. And yeah, it's not looking good so far for the world number one. You know, his stat red is going to be available, although it is a difficult cut there for Alan to try and consider. And if he's not going to be satisfied with it, he can always just send a cue ball way beyond the bulk line and try and get that red on towards the left-hand cushion. But I still think he's going to be considering to try and cut the red in towards the right middle, and in the end probably wasn't the shot was actually there for him, but he's managed to play a nice little safety here and making sure he's going to show the left-hand side of the table for Trump, which, you know, it's not going to be too easy for him to actually play a safety from. He's going to have to find a very neat gap here, and we'll try and get the cue ball back up the table, unless he goes for the red in towards the left corner as an attacking approach. But, you know, either way, the black is not going to be on this spot waiting for him. And therefore, he just has to be very careful in terms of finding the gap. Which, to be fair to him, I mean, he's managed to do it nicely. I think he's misjudged the power of the cue ball, though. And, you know, he's gone way beyond the bulk line and actually down the table there. So Trump is going to have to wait for another chance here while... Well, let's have a look to see if he can get this red in towards the right corner pocket. And if that's going to be the case, it's going to get him another chance here. And, I mean, he's tried to go for it. In the end, he didn't make it stick. And the same red is going to be possible there for Trump. So, you know, it was a bit of a weird situation now in the frame, because you didn't have particularly good safeties there being played by both Trump and Alan. But because of the situation and the way the position has been set up, It's just going to have a bit of an impact on both of them. And, well, Trump trying to play the red with some power. And, I mean, getting the cue ball up the table, of course. But, you know, the red has actually finished above the white here. So, you know, missing that one by quite a substantial amount of distance. And once again, chance number 2 is going to be given to Mark Allen. Mark is a super hard player. Well, I mean, he is. And it's going to be difficult to break down, especially if he gets him nice little early cushion of a frame or two. As he rolls the red in towards the yellow pocket here. So, all about the next couple of positional shots that, you know, going to try and get Allen the win in the opening frame, which is going to be much anticipated by the crowd. And, of course, by Allen himself, as he tries to guide the cue ball in towards the blue here to try and restore it back to his spot. And hand to play with a lot of backspin on the rest shot. And, I mean, needs a little bit of slowing down for the cue ball. And I think he's landed pretty nicely on the red in towards the right corner. Ultimately, still has to do some work here in terms of getting on the next colour. This time he's going to be the player that is actually compromised by the fact that the black is not on this spot. But, you know, he can get through to the red, which is going to be lower on the table. And therefore get himself a nice little angle to try and accelerate the cue ball towards the blue here, but ultimately still landing on the wrong side of it. So has to consider the pink here, as he's now 50 points clear, with 67 still remaining on the table. Very much a close contention call here, in terms of if Allen is going to play a safety shot after this blue. You know, he's just having a look to see where he's going to have to place the cue ball to get himself a chance of playing the red, which has gone away from the back here in towards the right corner. But ultimately doesn't look like it's going to be an easy shot for him to take on. And it's similar to the one that he's missed previously, which of course has given away a chance to Trump to take the red in towards the right corner. And in the end, he has a little look to see if he can take this red on here. Has to go for a stretch though, so this is missable, of course. But it does look to make this one in there. Clearly fancying his chances, and well, I mean, he misses it, and whether he's going to show it to Trump or not is another question there, because the cue ball is going to go up the table and maybe just hide in behind the blue here. So let's see if Trump is going to be able to get through to the red here. I think he just about can, but you know, there's going to be some distance between the cue ball and the red. So for him to try and cover up, and he's managed to do it nicely. So it wasn't the easiest shots, but of course it wasn't the hardest at all. The red was waiting there for him, quite close to the right corner pocket. So had to judge the pace of the white though, and in the end doesn't look like he's managed to do that too nicely. Landing very straight, and if anything, still on the wrong side of the blue. So maybe he'll go for the shot along there. Cushion there in towards the left corner, which is not going to be an easy one, you know, especially with the distance that he's going to have in between the cue ball and the red itself. Still has enough points, but any mistake and the red given away there will make sure that Allen is going to be victorious in this opening frame. So far, once again, very important shot for Trump to take on, and he's going to miss it. So caught the front jaw there, which is something that he wasn't allowed to do, of course, on that type of a shot, getting himself lined up for the pink, which, you know, would have been a difficulty to get on the next red anyway. Ultimately, I think he's going to get away with this one, because the same red is not going to be playable there for Allen. At least lean towards the left corner pocket, so just send the cue ball back up the table here. And try and get it in behind the yellow, which he has managed to do on the previous occasion. And, I mean, it's a decent effort there for him, but I still think he's going to show some of those reds visible to Trump to try and play safety from. Get the cue ball down the table here and try and make sure he's going to catch the very thin edge there. I mean, when I say thin edge, I didn't really mean that way, because he's going to cannon the cue ball past the reds and catch the jaw of the middle pocket, give away 6 points to Allen because of him catching the pink on the way back. And therefore, probably is going to have this one respotted. And, well, Referee just having a look to see where the ping was previously. And, yeah, of course, it makes sense for Alan to actually respot this one, because it's going to be, 55 points is clear right now, and 59 is still on the table there. So if Chomp makes one more mistake like that, he's going to be able to only tie in this frame and force a restart. But ultimately, of course, he still has a massive task up ahead of him if he is to get a position under his belt and, have to produce a clearance very much with high value colors here. So right now, once again, it's just a little bit of a delay in the game with the referee trying to get the pink exactly where he was previously. And using the assistants as well help. So trying to do the same with the cue ball now. So a little bit of a delay in the game, which, is not going to help Chomp too much. But I think he'll be happy to make sure that he's still in this frame after all the mistakes that he's made quite early here. Scoring only 6 points up to this point. And all of those, of course, coming on the same break for him. So attempt number 2 coming up, of course, has to make sure that he made some of the adjustments and gets the cue ball up the table there once again. I mean, he's tried to play this one nicely, but he's still going to give a red away to Mark Allen towards the left corner. So ultimately, one red is all he needs now to make sure that Judd Chomp is going to need at least 2 snookers there to get himself back in this frame. And, he's already managed to get a nice little long pot into this corner. Can he make it 2 out of 2 here? Still, the angle is going to be slightly against him because it's very easy to catch the back jaw of the pocket, but not this time around. And it's a brilliant pot there for Mark Allen. The one that surely wins him the opening frame after pretty much half an hour of battling there with Judd Chomp. Now, the world number 1 is going to need a snooker here to try and get himself back in the equation. And as the cue ball is going to be sent in towards the yellow here by Allen himself. Now going to be 56 points clear with 51 on the table. So 2 snookers needed, as I say. Chomp managed to find his way of catching the red. Similar shot to the one that he sprayed previously. And once again here, just leaving a nice little invitation for Allen to try and take in towards the left corner. But I think he's going to be refusing this one. Simply for the reason of, he's already 56 points clear. Doesn't have to take any unnecessary action or risks here for himself. And has a good look at this red. Maybe just not being able to find a safety shot out of this position. And just having a look to see if... he's going to find another way here of overcoming the safety issue that he's got up ahead of himself. But, of course, the alternative is try and play the red, which is going to be very similar to the one that he's managed to pot previously. But this time, he's going to miss it. So, depends on where the red's going to finish. Judd Chomp potentially is going to have a chance to his name. And it looks like it certainly is, because he's going to go over the right middle. So, 2 snookers is still possible for you to try and achieve. Especially if you get it on the 1 red, when you try and get the free ball in towards the equation for you. And nice little cannon there from Chomp to get himself lined up for the black, which was very close towards the green pocket, and going to be even closer now. So play through this shot here with some power. Make sure that you're going to miss the blue here, which, I did say make sure you do that, and Chomp didn't manage to actually do it at that time. And he's going to have himself under a little bit of a scrutiny here on the safety shot to play. Has to go very much on the thin edge here of the red. And yeah, he's going to catch the pink here as well. So it's not looking good there for his safety play so far. But, he's the one that has to force his opponent into making mistakes. So far he has been. Chomp making all of those mistakes here. As the break of 7 points is going to be his highest in the match, of course, but still not good enough for him to get anywhere near the contention of winning the opening frame. as he has a little look to see if he's going to have this red available there to him. So try and potentially guide it towards the right corner pocket there. Potentially have yourself lined up on the black here. Nice little shot there for him, to be fair. And he's going to have this one set up in a nice little fashion there for him. So lined up on the black here. And try and guide this one away towards the right corner pocket. I mean, he tried to sacrifice the angle on it, nearly to the extent that he was actually close to missing that one. So the break of 8 points. And so he gets himself in towards the snooker that is going to be number 1 there for him. That's to try and get the cue ball as close to the black as possible and try and make sure there's going to be some room in towards the black here. And I think he's managed to play this shot in a nice way, to be fair, but ultimately it's not going to be nice enough probably to trouble Alan here, because 2 cushion escape is going to have the cue ball quite close in that zone of the sort of a green spot. And he can try and take it in towards the 3 cushion escape, to be fair. And well, at that time, I mean, as I say, I think if you play with 2 cushions, it's going to be an easier chance for you. Alan was unable to exploit that room, and I mean, it was 2 snookers at that time. It's only going to be 1 snooker now for Chomp to try and actually recover the frame from very much being on the losing side of things. And once again, played the shot really, really nicely here and gets the cue ball in behind the pink perfectly, especially after having so much distance in between the cue ball and the red on the previous shot. 2 brilliant snookers lined up. One of course, getting the perfect position on the red to have the cue ball set up in behind the black at that time. And once again has the cue ball position in behind the pink here. So we're going to have to have a look to see which way is going to be the easiest for him, because I certainly think that this one is going to be a lot tougher of a shot for him to get himself out of. Of course, that you can tell that by his reaction out there. He had a clear view of what shot he had to play in the first snooker attempt. And of course, this time around, doesn't seem to have that confidence in himself. Of course, compromised by the fact as well that, you know, if he gives away 4 points away to Chomp, and also gives the position away, he's going to be able to get himself into the chance of winning this frame, of course, from Chomp's point of view. And still no decision made by Chomp. Shot time is taken over 60 seconds already, and he doesn't seem to have any clue of where he's going to be the first cushion for him to send the cue ball in towards. And yeah, just having a look to see if you can try and sort of do it from there, bowl cushion, then try and send the cue ball in towards the right hand side cushion of the table and get it back down the table here. But you know, it's easier said than done. And he just makes the area that you're going to try and aim the cue ball towards very much missable there for him. I mean, he has to do something about it, but in the end it looks like he's decided to go for a 4 cushion escape. And a little bit of a hit and hope here. And I mean, it's not going to work out for him. And he's going to give away a free ball chance as well. So this is massive for the opening frame. And what a way for Chomp to actually get himself back in the equation here. You know, just all of a sudden he finds himself 29 points behind. And he can try and guide this black in towards the right corner. You know, he's going to get himself lined up on the red. And all of a sudden, you know, the issues that you had up ahead of himself is going to be the fact that the yellow is compromised onto the left-hand side cushion. And the green is going to be very close to it as well. So, of course, Chomp has to take the black now and try and use it as a red, of course, to his name. And, well, has to try and do the same here with the blue. So, it's going to be 6 points if he makes the blue here. And he's going to get himself back up the red here. So, the break of 6 points, ultimately getting the blue back on his spot. The black is going to be respotted as well. So 23 points behind, still 35 on the table there for Chomp. And ultimately, he's not going to be short in points, but he is going to be troubled by the position call later on in this break. And the transition on towards the yellow doesn't seem to be quite as challenging as going to be the one on towards the green. So tries to send the cue ball in towards maybe getting on the pink here to get himself as close towards the yellow as he can. As Alan has to watch nervously now. You know, could have been away in the frame multiple times here. Was 2 snookers up there on his opponent. But ultimately has given him a chance back in this frame. And what a steal this would be, of course. Especially from Trump's point of view, if he manages to pull this one off. And I mean, he's done everything he could have so far. And he's managed to cannon the cue ball in towards the green to make sure he's going to be in the available spot there for him. So all about trying to get this yellow in towards his own pocket, get himself positioned on the green. And all of a sudden, it's going to be a straightforward clearance from there. After the most unlikely of circumstances, especially if you take into account that that was the semi-final. And he manages to roll the yellow in towards its own pocket here. So all about him having the position on this green here that probably is going to require him to go in towards the right corner. As he's now 14 points down his opponent with 25 still on the table. He needs to guide the green in towards the pocket, and he's managed to do that perfectly. So, I mean, the steal could be about to be completed now by Trump, because all of a sudden you got four colours lined up exactly as they should be on their spots, and you're only going to need, well, you're going to need all of them to be fair, but you know, you're only going to need 3 shots now to make it very much the steal of the tournament, as you might call it, needing 2 snookers. Managing to have all of them pretty much within seconds of each other, and all of a sudden Mark Allen has to find himself, well, within a couple of shots of losing the opening frame, after it looked like for all the money in the world he was actually going to find himself winning that frame. A couple of occasions there only can stop Allen to jump for 31st title. I mean, he has to be playing better than that, than what he's managed to do in the later stage of this frame, as Trump will roll the black in and complete an amazing comeback to get himself a frame on the board here. And you know, it looked like for all the time there, Alan, all he had to do is try to roll one of those reds in towards the left corner, with him still having 2 snookers advantage to his name. In the end, Trump managed to get himself on a position to actually pot those reds. And yeah, get 2 snookers in a brilliant fashion there. First getting the cue ball in behind the black there. And after Alan was unable to get himself hitting that red, he was unable to find himself escaping from a brilliant snooker attempt once again there laid by Trump, as he managed to get the cue ball very close distance there to the pink. No response followed by Allen, and in fact he's actually given a free ball away, which, you know, only helped on Trump in favour of making the clearance even simpler there for him, with trying to return the blue and the black back to their spots there. And all of a sudden now, Judd Trump, massive lot there. Well, he's going to have to try and fight back from here, Allen, but it's not going to be easy, especially from the mental point of view. It's not like winning decided just yet, and he's going to have to find some sort of magic to get himself back in the equation. And, well, the weirdest thing was, Trump was playing quite badly there for the majority of the opening frame, but managed to turn up there when it actually mattered there for him and get himself a frame on the board here. Thank you, bro, for live. Well, thank you very much for joining in, everyone. And once again, they're just having a look. Richard is back there. Come on, Judd. And, well, he doesn't need any more encouragement than he already managed to receive from certainly the parts of the crowd that are going to be against the home favourite and supporting the former four-time world champion, not four-time world champion, the former four-time champion here at Belfast. Of course, still a single world champion here, and making that in 2019 there after a brilliant campaign. Couldn't quite make it, you know, any more than that just yet, but you know, he'll be looking to try and exploit that at the next stage of his career. But, you know, one challenge at a time here. And he's just got himself a couple of steps closer to actually facing his very much good friend there, which is not going to be his friend tomorrow, that's for sure, if Trump is going to make it in towards the final. it's going to be a close match, I guess. Well, I think it is going to be a close match, especially in the way that it has started here. As Alan just sends the cue ball up the table, and well, once again, decent break off there, but not going to be perfect, because he still gives a couple of chances away to Chomp to try and take the red in towards the left corner. Going to have himself lined up for the black. That's going to be the case, and he's just having a look to see the line that he needs to hit the red, and also get the cue ball in the position that he's going to make the next shot playable there for him. So just trying to gather his thoughts there, and obviously commit to taking the shot on in towards the left corner, unless he wants to go for another short selection. And in the end, he managed to get the cue ball to cannon in towards the black, which actually saved him from giving a red away in towards the left corner. Still missed the one that he was attempting to try and pot, and ultimately it is going to be a chance to Alan to just try and send the cue ball back up the table there and put as much distance as you can possibly imagine in between the remaining reds and the cue ball itself. So just get this one in with a little bit of power. Why don't show the live telecast, bro? Well, for the reason of you get blocked if you do that, especially on YouTube. And, you know, if you're going to do a little bit of a sort of match when it finishes, you can try and get away with it sometimes, but you're not going to be able to do that live. Because if you don't own the rights that the WST and the TNT and Eurosport will actually have to themselves, they've got more than enough permission to block you for copyright restrictions. So Chomp is just trying to get the cue ball towards the lower part of the table here and get those reds spread out there in a way that is going to ensure that Chomp is not going to give anything easy away to Alan. And I think he's managed to do that with the right hand side of the table. So still leaves away the left hand side though for Alan to try and make usage of. As he can take the cue ball down the reds and try and get himself lined up for the next safety battle. I think it's going to be a 2-cushion escape here from Chomp on the next shot. And for now, he has to try and send the cue ball up the table. And I mean, it's a decent shot there. He didn't really do it with, you know, sending the cue ball in towards the black ball and the left-hand side cushion of the table, which was the option that, you know, I would have had as prime. But still had a nice little path for the white to be sent in towards the green pocket. And I mean, Chomp was going to cannon the cue ball in towards the red there. And actually, he's going to put the hand up there because he did get quite lucky. You know, misjudged the way that he was going to send the cue ball in towards the right-hand side of the table. And therefore, now could have left a major chance away to Alan. The end, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as Alan just has to watch on and have a look to see if you know, anything is going to be available here to him. And, probably just asking the referee if he is going to be called, as but I'm not sure what he was actually asking for, because it surely is going to be called as a full ball, and the 3 miss rule is going to apply to this shot from Alan. But maybe he was just asking the referee to keep a close look on the way it's going to go for him. And, in the end, managing to have a really nice safety play here. In fact, he probably could not have done any better than the results and outcome of the shot there from Mark Allen. Gets Chomp into all sorts of trouble with the cue ball being lined up very close towards the ball cushion. And, of course, therefore, having a massive compromise on the angle for Chomp to actually see those reds. As he has a little look to see if it's going to make sense there for him to try and maybe attempt a red in towards the right corner. I mean, he's going to get the cue ball up the table here, but he needs the blue to come to his rescue. And it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And he's going to be given a chance away here to Chomp once again. To Alan, I should say. And, you know, Chomp could have done a lot better in the safety play in the opening frame, and it doesn't look like he's managed to make it any better in the second frame. Of course, long pot success 1 out of 5 there. And the one that he's actually managed to take was the red very close in towards the right corner at that time. So once again, just like it was in the previous frame, it is going to be a chance given away to Mark Allen. The one that he can try and exploit to the better margin than what he's managed to do in the frame number 1. So gets himself on the top side of blue, which was going to be very important there for him. And tries to get the cue ball down the table and play quite a nice shot there. Gets himself lined up for the red in towards the left middle. It's going to be a nice little bonus here for him. I mean, a little look to see if, you know, the pink is going to be possible into the same pocket there, but I think it's going to be difficult for him to try and get the cue ball to stop until it reaches the pink, which is going to be the only way for him to actually have the positional play on the pink. So you can always try and go for the blue here, but, you know, he's just going to have to play the shot with a bit more power, which, you know, just asks him to make the pot on a lot more confidently there, and he manages to take it. You know, red didn't catch any of the jaws of the middle pocket, and for the second time of asking, did I have himself lined up on this blue in towards the left middle. So get the cue ball back down for the reds and have himself lined up for a couple of those in towards the right corner. And of course, there's a chance for Allen to try and maybe bring the black into play. It depends if it's going to be possible in towards the right corner, and this camera angle certainly suggests that it is going to be. So we could see some major development now in this frame, as Allen just has a little look to see if he's landed pretty straight on this one. I think the answer is going to be yes there. So yet again has to be careful in terms of setting the cue ball back up for the reds, and well, had to ensure he missed the red, which the cue ball was going to be very close towards. And right now gets himself lined up for the shot in towards the left corner without any complications there. As I say, would have been a very different picture had he actually caught the red, even it being the minor contact to it. And for now he can try and stay around the black spot for a couple of more shots and get himself lined up. Or the most expensive of colors, try and get some more valuable points there for him. So, you know, the match was always going to be a bit slower if you compare it to the one of Joe Yulon and Jack Lisowski, with the playing style of especially Mark Allen there, essentially, you know, slowing the game down, as you might call it. But I think the circumstances and the context are going to be the key factor here. You know, the way we've had the opening frame actually finish after he had all sorts of drama there from both players' point of view. Allen's finally looking to do something that he didn't quite manage in frame number 1 and get himself on the board in terms of frames 1 here. So once again, it gets another red in towards the left corner there. So has got a couple of those lined up, but ultimately he's going to be a bit awkward on this pinking towards the left middle. And, well, going to have to try and get the cue ball up the table slightly, but to the extent that it's not going to be impossible for him to try and actually send the red in towards the left corner. Gets himself 35 points clear, of course, and 107 on the table. So yeah, it's very marginal for him to try and actually take this red in towards the left corner, but he's going to be able to do it. And it's all about trying to have the position on the next black in towards the left corner. As he manages to do it, it's going to be a nice little shot taken by Chomp here. So, wow, I mean, what on earth has happened there? I mean, he's gone back for the crowd, clearly suggesting that someone has put him off there. But Allen will not just like to see that one back there. I mean, he is certainly wasn't happy with someone, but I mean, whatever he was, he has done Judd Chomp a massive favour here, because it looked like, you know, the frame was heading towards its ending. And in the end, it looks like someone has put a cat amongst the pigeons. And, well, we still have 99 points on the table. And the problem for Chomp, of course, is going to be the fact that he hasn't got any of those reds necessarily available to him because of that little bit of a chaos shot from Allen previously. And, well, just probably play a cross double shot here for Chomp, because he's not going to try and attempt this red in towards the right corner. And I mean, When I say cross double, I didn't actually think he was going to pot it in towards the left corner. But, I mean, that's going to do him nicely. Gets himself a nice little start off. I think it was a fluke. Especially with the power and the line of the cue ball. Trying to send it in towards the ball colours. Of course, Cannon in towards the green here. So still can try and get himself lined up onto the lower part of the table here. But he's going to have to put a lot of power into this shot and therefore sacrifice a bit of control on the cue ball. Maybe it's just going to be worth it for him to try and get cue ball in behind the green here. Of course, has to be very careful to make sure he's not going to repeat the same mistake as he has managed to get John Higgins yesterday. Rolling up to the yellow at that time. Didn't judge the power too well and end up snookering himself at that time. But doesn't look to be the case here. So play the shot just about as nice as he could have. And he's going to have Mark Allen snookered here and put onto all sorts of trouble. As, you know, there's not going to be an easy route for him to get the cue ball down the table. And also, just has to make sure that he's not going to give another chance away to Chomp after Judd has managed to take the one that was presented to him earlier in the match here, the opening frame. Once again, just having a little look to see if he's going to have to do it from the left or right corner. Yeah, it does look like he's going to have to take it from the left-hand side of the table. And just one cushion escape in towards the red here. So first attempt is not going to be successful. And 4 points is going to be given to Chomp here. And surely he's going to have this one put back exactly where he was. And referee just making sure that the cue ball position is going to represent the one that he was in previously. And Alan just having a little look to see it. I think he wants a little bit of adjustments made to it though. And yeah, so still not quite happy with the referee there. And I think we've managed to establish the position of the cue ball. So attempt number 2 coming up. And of course has to try and get an absolute edge of this red. And to make sure that he's not going to get it too much full ball in there. And well, can't do it off the second attempt to be fair. So once again, 4 more points is going to be given away to Chomp here. He's got himself 27 points behind now. You know, accumulating those points of the foul shots. And it does look like at that stage, of course, it was always going to be the right decision for him to try and play a safe option. Allen's probably going to switch the run of play here and change the approach here to try and actually get the reds. And in the end, I mean, he was very close to making that one. And Chomp is certainly going to have a look here to see if he's going to take this red. I mean, he may as well actually have a look at both of those because he's having a look in the one towards the right corner. I think the one in towards the left corner is going to be more favourable there for him. And it's a very much important shot here for him. And it's the one that he's going to make here. But ultimately, still not going to be perfect on this black at all. And well, now, important decision for him to make because that red was difficult there for him. And ooh, just how close that was from Allen to actually make that red and get it with a cue ball. Instead, well, it's going to be only a single point given away in terms of the position for Chomp as he tries to get the cue ball in towards that zone of the green once again. And he's actually managed to play the shot quite nicely. Not being in behind the green this time around, but ultimately still being on the just the part below it. Still going to compromise the shot from Allen massively. And it's going to mean that, you know, it's going to be very difficult for him to actually control the position of the cue ball when he senses down the table. So Chomp still very much not letting go of the second frame either. After producing the ultimate of comebacks in frame number 1 there. So Allen has to try and get the edge of the red here. And, well, I mean, he played that one pretty much full ball as if that was the plan, to be fair. Because, you know, still didn't manage to give anything away here. And Trump is going to try and replicate the shot that he's played on previously. And probably send the cue ball back up the table here. As he has a little look to see if he's got any better option for him. Still having 83 points on the table, so not going to be short on those. In terms of him still having only 22 points of a gap to his opponent. And ultimately, the majority of those reds, of course, are going to be compromised by either one another there, or being on the part of the table, which is going to be difficult for you to actually access here. To send the cue ball in towards the right-hand side of the table here. And, I mean, it was a nice shot there for Trump in terms of he managed to get the cue ball perfectly on towards the ball cushion, and also he's managed to split up the little back of 3 reds into 3 of those that are actually going to be playable there. Although one of them has actually gone very closely towards the right hand cushion of the table. And Trump, you know, he's going to be sitting very comfortably in his chair, and you know, he's going to have very little table time, of course, in terms of the percentage so far, but I think it's going to be compromised by the fact that Alan is going to need to have a lot more of the table time to actually take this shot. That is going to be the right one for him, and he's not actually going to put him into all sorts of troubles there, which he has managed to do in the previous frame. So just trying to send the cue ball in towards the red there, and get that one switched up in towards the top part of the table. But ultimately, I mean, is he not given the same red away here to Trump in towards the right middle? I mean, you can just see with the camera showing that, you know, he was very unhappy when he missed the black in towards the left corner previously in the frame. And it does seem like everything has gone downhill for him ever since. But you can probably say the same about the previous frame out there. And I mean, Trump should have gone better there. Should have done better, I should say, on that red in towards the right middle. But he's actually going to catch the jaw of the pocket quite favourably there for him. And, you know, still hasn't been ideal performance from Trump. You know, he did manage to get himself a frame on the board, but has been struggling to find some string of the break here. You know, once again, a chance given away to Alan, and he's going to roll the red in with a very thin cut in the end. So, you know, he clearly has got a lot of belief in his ability. So far, it has paid off there for him, especially with the last shot in towards the right middle. Now try and take the yellow in towards its own pocket there, or the brown into towards the same pocket. And get the cue ball down the table here. Of course, it's a different perspective from Alan's point of view, because he only needs himself to get sort of 50 points clear, and he's going to be nicely away into the frame win, but that's probably not the way for him to actually do it. You know, he played the brilliant red there, but not so much of a brilliant yellow. Unless he can see something that I don't, he's going to have to play another safety shot here, because he didn't manage to get himself into the perfect position of having the cue ball lined up for any of those reds in towards the right corner. Unless he takes this red in towards the left corner, though, it's going to be a very, very difficult cut for him to try and manage. I mean, he's taken this on, and he's actually managed it, so I mean, it's difficult for you to actually say which cut was harder, the one that he's just did, or the one in towards the right corner. But in the end, it's the one that is actually going to get him even closer towards winning the second frame. And of course, getting his first frame on the score sheet. As he's got the brown in towards the yellow pocket once again here. So get the white down the table and try and have that one lined up for a couple of those reds. But once again there, I mean, just like it was on the previous occasion, this time he's not going to have a cut to. There's going to be a brilliant find there for him. He's going to have to do it another visit to the table. So 30 points clear, 67 on the table, and another safety shot for him to try and play here. So having a look to see if you know, which way is he going to have to send the cue ball towards, because he's pretty straight on this red in terms of the line of the trajectory there of the cue ball. So therefore, it's going to be difficult for him to try and get some of the distance there in between the two of them. He's having a look to see if he can get the cue ball in behind the black there and have that one lined up. In the end, probably still going to be a very difficult shot for him to actually execute, to make sure that he's going to have to cover all of those reds with the cue ball. And in the end, he's tried to generate enough power in between the red and the cue ball, and he's actually played the shot quite well, getting the cue ball as close as it's ever going to get towards the ball cushion, and having himself lined up with a nice little comfortable sip of the hot water, I think is what he's having. Just leaving the shot to Charm to take on. Of course, it's not going to be the long pot, which is going to be available, but you know, even if it was, Charm wasn't really getting the most out of those long pots previously here. And, well, I mean, he hasn't been getting the most of the safety play either, as he gets himself on the receiving end of things once again here, underrunning the cue ball to reach the baulk line. And once again giving one more chance away to Alan to try and take the red in towards the right corner. So just having a look to see if it's going to be available there for him. But yeah, probably nothing that is going to get him a guaranteed colour position. So just having a look to see if you know, the alternative is going to be there for him. Well, he can't really refuse a shot on unless he knows that he can't get the cue ball into the safe area, or he can't get the white on a position that is going to get him safe from any sort of danger. And he can't, of course, guarantee the potting angle to be in his favour either. So just has to play a safety shot. Would have been very disappointing shot selection there for him, especially for a mistake that Chomp has made previously. But in the end, probably is going to be still the right decision, as he's going to remain as the favourite for the second frame, with him having a 30-point lead, still having a couple of reds very close on towards the black ball cushion, the green being out of the game as well. And, well, Chomp once again there, just trying to send the reds one into another. This time around, it's going to be much better line there, but he's going to put the green even further down the table. And, I mean, ultimately, I think Chomp will take this one, because even though he has compromised the position of the green, so scrapping this first frame, well, probably, but, you know, neither of the players playing too well here, and therefore you have to be careful and trying to maximize the chances that, you know, haven't been too kind to either one of the players. With the amount of mistakes that have been made, it probably is a little bit of an understatement for you to have 44 and 14 points scored by the two of them in frame number 2. But in the end, it has been pretty much an hour since we have started the match in between the two of them. And, well, Alan had to go for a cushion first shot, trying to send the cue ball in towards the lower reds. Managed to do it quite nicely there for him. And he's going to have to put this back to Chomp here to try and send the cue ball back up the table here. Get himself lined up on for another comfortable visit to the safety battle, which, you know, has been dominating in the late stage here. And safety, of course, is going to be dreadful for Chomp. 76% there to match 92% of Mark Allen. But majority of that has actually happened in the first frame, or at the beginning of the second frame. Has been a lot more steady ever since that last mistake from Chomp of leaving a red away, which, you know, Chomp wasn't able to convert. And, once again, now 2 times on the bounce here, he's actually putting Mark Allen under a little bit of pressure and asking him to try and get that cue ball in towards the reds and lower part of the table in a way that he's going to leave a chance away for Chomp, which of course is not going to be part of plans from Mark Allen's point of view. As he gets that one down there, obviously tries to hit the cushion first shot and catch the thin edge of the red. And in the end, I mean, he's going to give a free ball away. So he's smiling about it, but he'll be absolutely devastated inside of him, because it wasn't as difficult of a shot for him to sacrifice the complete control of the position here. And the brown is going to be given away here in towards the right middle. So his course is going to be taken as the value of the red here, as Chomp actually makes this one stick. So very nice there for him. So that's going to count as a single point, and now he's get himself on the blue once again here. So being 23 points down, he's going to be 18 with his blue. And he can try and do a similar sort of thing that he's managed in the first frame. Of course, not having to find any snookers here, but ultimately just trying to apply more and more pressure on Alan and actually make him pay for all those mistakes. And remind everyone that he is the world number one. And no matter how many points he's behind, you should never write him off here. So gets him lined up on the red in towards the right corner. Still going to have to travel quite a long way there to get himself lined up on the pink or black. And doesn't look like he can take the travelling this time, because he's going to be lined up on the pink. Very difficult shot here in towards the left middle. I mean, he can try and get this one in, but he's going to be compromised on the position of the red, so surely it's not going to be worth it for him. And once again, just send the cue ball in towards the top part of the table. It's a nice little transition there for him. And to get Alan lined up with another difficult safety to play. But ultimately, it is probably going to be relevant to both players. They have to be more clinical with the chances that have been given to them. The breaks of 40 and 43 achieved well, by the two of them in the opening frame. So far, haven't seen anything near it in frame number 2. And once again here for Alan, he has to try and catch the red here with the cue ball and get it back down the table in a way that is actually going to guarantee him some sort of safety play on the cue ball point of view. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case there once again there for him. Although, I mean, he's managed to do pretty well with the cue ball. So it was always going to be about a couple of those reds shown there to Chomp. In the end, it does look like he's going to try and take and eliminate the red, which, you know, would have been closer towards the black, away from the danger area. And, I mean, once again there, I'm just running the cue ball on towards the bulk line, but not leaving anything away there to Alan. Still all to play for. And a bit longer of the safety battle that we have to go through. Roll the red in towards the right hand cushion of the table and try and get the cue ball as far up the table as possible. And well, we're just having a look to see if that cue ball is going to finish over the bulk line, which, you know, maybe will just give a nice little chance away to Chomp to take the red in towards the right corner. I mean, the camera was suggesting that it might have been, but in the end, Chomp had other plans for it. Getting the cue ball up the table once again here, and having those 4 reds pretty much forming a straight line here. And you can have a look to see if Alan is going to be able to get through to the closest of any of them. Does seem to be the case though, so let's try and send the cue ball very carefully there. Maybe even try and roll the cue ball up towards the reds to ensure that he's going to have to make it safe of a play there for him. And well, in the end, I mean, he managed to do pretty much the best that was available there to him, sending the red to the top part of the table here and not leaving anything here for a Judd to try and take. And, well, once again, another safety battle to come here, because it's not going to be Chomp to take this red in towards any of the corner pockets. So just sends it in towards the left-hand cushion of the table. And has Alan probably requiring to take a couple of those reds out of the black ball cushion. and put it in towards the left-hand cushion of the table there. So nice from Alan's point of view. Leaves Trump with a couple of shots here to play of his own. And, well, Trump is going to follow his example. So send 3 of the 4 reds onto the left-hand cushion of the table. So Alan can't see the one, which is going to be on the ball cushion right here, right now. So he's going to try and make it work there with those 3 reds. And, I mean, as he rolls the red in towards the right middle, still doesn't look like we're actually going to get anywhere with this, because Trumpy's going to be able to try and send the cue ball into the reds and try and screw back to send the white as close as is possible for him in towards the left corner of the table. And that's exactly what he's done there, making sure that, you know, had some sort of control of those reds. But I mean, he's gonna show that red in towards the yellow pocket, and I mean, even if it's not possible there from Trumpy, you can try and, from Alan I should say, you can try and send the red, which has the cue ball quite close in towards that yellow pocket, and he's going to have himself a pocket extension there basically to himself. So try and get the white in towards the corner of the yellow pocket here. So let's see if he actually is going to be able to make it through. I mean, he did a good effort there, but it doesn't look like it's going to give him enough here, because, you know, he's tried to play the red pretty much without touching that red. You know, made the pocket very much limited there to himself, and missed it by a couple of millimeters here. Has he shown that red though to Trump? Well, he hasn't. So the battle, it doesn't look like he's going to be over just yet. But, I mean, Trump has to go for just sending that red away from that corner pocket and getting himself lined up for bit more of the safety play. So as he has himself lined up here for another safety battle, realistically, we've just transitioned those 3 reds on towards the ball cushion, away from the left-hand side of the table. So Alan has to try and do something about it himself. There's a little look to see if the cue ball is going to be possible in towards the red there. I mean, if you could try and roll the red along the cushion, it's actually possible there for you. And you make sure that the other 2 reds are going to be in the way of the cue ball. May actually not be the worst possible outcome. So he decided to take it, and he just rolled the red in towards the other 2, clearly getting all of them in the way of each other. And Trump maybe will follow his example, or try and send the cue ball down the table for the lonely red on the left-hand cushion of the table. So nicely played there by Trump again. And ultimately, he is going to have that option cut off there for Trump, for Alan, on the lower part of the table. So he's got 3 reds to try and deal with here potentially. And, well, it's not going to have to be the easy way there for him. You can try and get the edge of the one closest to the cue ball and try and set it towards the yellow pocket, but therefore you're not really going to get anywhere with that. And he's still going to show the red on the left-hand cushion of the table there for Trump, as he has a little look to see if that one's going to be available to him. Trump is having a look to the scoreboard, so obviously just, you know, has to be careful not giving any of those reds away, because even though he's only 17 points behind right now, you know, you've got 59 points on the table, and he doesn't really want to have the necessity of a total clearance to his name because of the pink being very much on the black ball cushion here. I mean, he's tried to probably make things happen here, Trump. Trying to send the reds into the main pack there, and in the end the same red is going to be available for Alan to try and take in towards the yellow pocket. So all his eyes are going to be on this shot here, because it's the one that is going to get Alan a nice little ticket in towards taking the opening frame. Should he land on any of the ball colours, but in the end just refusing the shot on there once again, trying to send the brown in towards the right hand cushion of the table. Of course, realising that whatever happens, Trump is going to require that brown to him. And I mean, at that time, Trump, especially if you managed to get the cue ball past the blue. You would have been away nicely. In the end, still going to be in for a safety battle here. Could have had himself massively on the front foot in the end. He's going to be pretty much the same as we have seen throughout the majority of this frame. Still, any of the players battling for that early chance. And it's a decent shot there for Alan though, because he's going to put all the distance in between the cue ball and the four reds. Going to have those very much close to each other. And Trump has to try and get the very thin edge there of one of those on the right hand side of it, and he's actually probably managed to maximize the chances that he's had on that shot. And if he is going to leave a red away to Alan, it's still going to be the one that is not going to be easy at all there for him. So try and guide that towards the green pocket and get the cue ball back down the table once again. And I mean, yeah, Alan wasn't happy. As soon as he hit that shot, he wasn't happy with the way he's actually gone for him. But the good news is going to be the fact that he's going to have the cue ball very much on towards the black ball cushion here. So Trump, of course, will go for the red in towards the green pocket. But, I mean, is he actually attempting the long pot, or is he just trying to send it back down the table here with the cue ball? And, I mean, he's managed to do pretty well there, refusing the long shot. And once again, just trying to make sure that if he's going to have a chance presented to himself, he's going to be on top of that chance and he's going to try and take it. So has a little look to see if Alan is going to be able to get that cue ball in towards the reds, especially from the left hand side of the table. So has a little look to see if the option is there for him to try and send the cue ball in towards the left hand cushion. And once again, not decision made just yet. And I think Alan will be considering trying to have the cue ball sent cushion first there in towards the red, which is going to be closest to the green pocket as it stands. And in the end, has thought against it. And I mean, he's trying to do something different there, but he's going to give a red away. There's a chance there for Chomp to take on. I think this shot is going to be massively dependent on the fact if Chomp can actually place his hand perfectly onto the table and get himself with a perfect position there, because this red is possible in towards the right corner. Still going to be classified as a long shot, of course, but it's the one that could actually put Chomp back in the equation for this frame if he makes this one stick. But if it was an if statement, and in the end it looks like it's going to be the one that is actually going to present another chance to Alan, because that red is surely going to be taken in towards the left middle. Now, it was a chance there, and Trump has had those chances a couple of times already in this match, and didn't manage to take too many of those. So now it's another chance to Mark Allen to get himself this frame finally under his belt and try and go level things up there with Trump. He rolls the green in towards the yellow pocket here. Gets himself lined up on towards the red there of the green pocket for Besha. So we'll need, if not all of those reds, then the majority of them. Still has 51 points on the table. And for him to go 35 points clear without needing that red is going to be quite a challenge. And once again, just underrunning for the green here. And doesn't look like he's going to have the weight to send the cue ball back down, down the table there to have himself lined up for the red. And I mean, he tried to force the angle there on the shot, and in the end, he's going to be marginally alright on this red if he goes past the other one in towards the green pocket. So 25 points clear with 43 on the table. So 3 shots needed there for Alan to actually make it the frame that he's going to count there for him. And he rolls the red in nicely. So all about having a little bit of the angle on this green here, and get himself lined up for the last and the last of the reds, and the frame ball, of course. So he's going to go 28 points clear with this yellow. So have himself lined up on a very much a straight shot there that you can just try and roll in towards the green pocket here. And surely barring Snookers, it is going to be a frame win for him. Rolls the red in nicely. So it is going to be a 1 frame each here, barring Snookers. Of course, we have seen that overturned by Chomp in the previous frame, but that was off a red there. And, you know, it had pretty much all of the colours available there to him. And right now you've got the pink out of the game. And right now Alan will ensure that the brown is not going to be too close for a snooker position for Chomp anyway. So he has to have Judd to try and escape a snooker himself. 2 cushion shot there. Gets the yellow in quite nicely. And he's actually going to force the cue ball down the table here and have himself lined up for a shot in towards the left corner. So trying to get this yellow is going to be the task here for Mark Allen, of course. But I think it's the task that he's going to try and hesitate on for quite a few shots and trying to push the green in towards the ball cushion there. And does it actually quite nicely there for himself. So gives the turn back to Chomp here. And gets himself lined up on towards this yellow. And try and use the black to his advantage here. Surely is going to be able to get the shot around the black here. And have himself lined up for the shot. Some sort of a difficulty there and a challenge there for Alan on the next one. But in the end, he's had some other logic there to his name. Obviously trying to get the cue ball and the yellow separated by just quite as much margin as he could have actually found there on the snooker table. And in the end, he's going to have this yellow available for Alan to try and take in towards the right corner. I mean, yeah, he should do a little bit better there, Alan, because he didn't have to worry about the positional play on the green, of course. And all he had to do is to roll that yellow in towards the corner pocket. Didn't manage to do it at that time, though. Chomp once again gets himself out of all the issues and still tries to find a snooker of his own. I mean, tries to do it with a little bit of an amateur way, just getting a little bit of the touch on the yellow and trying to have the blue in between the two of those. And still think Alan is going to be able to get through to this yellow and send it towards the left-hand corner of the table. And he's going to put it pretty much in a straight line as well. So Chomp is going to try and take the yellow in towards the left corner here. And to try and set it away from there in towards the right corner of the table. And it does look like he's actually killing himself here, Chomp, in terms of his snooker pursuit. He's going to have to be done without the green, brown or blue right now. So the only real colour that is left out in the play is currently the black here. And he's not going to need this one, of course, as Alan rolls the yellow in towards the pocket there. And surely that's going to be the end of Judd Chomp's pursuit, because now he needs 2 snookers to find on just 5 of the colours available. Yes, Alan tries to roll the green in towards the left corner. Chomp doesn't seem to give up just yet. So he's going to try and fight this one back for a couple of more shots at least. And has a little look to try and actually have himself lined up for getting these green. I mean, he's going to get a cushion first there, ultimately. Still gives it away as a chance here to Alan to take in towards the right corner. So hasn't been too nice there from his point of view on the last couple of shots, especially the safety play. And Alan can try and run away with it here. Tries to just roll the green in towards the right corner. And once again was quite a far off there at that time. Not happy with something out there. And of course, all of that could have been stopped there had he managed to continue the break. He had, as a chance earlier, missed the black in towards the left corner. Wasn't happy with someone in the crowd, obviously distracting him at that time. And, well, it's the first snooker that, you know, Chomp has managed to actually lay off on Alan here. But Mark manages to find his way out of it. To not give anything easy away in terms of building his snooker once again here for Trump. And, yeah, it's decent effort there from Judd, but it's not going to be the one that actually gets him the points that he's going to be craving for so desperately. So gets the blue perfectly on towards the cushion now for Ireland. So having the brown, blue and pink, all of those compromised massively in terms of the position on the table. And 31 points separating the two of them. So still 2 snookers needed here for Judd to actually get himself back on terms here for this frame win. And I mean, he tried to take the pink out back in the game there, and he managed to do it in the end. And has he shown enough of the green for Ireland to actually take it in towards the green pocket? I think he has. And it's going to be another chance given away here to Ireland to try and take this green. And, trying to, with a little swerve in the end, and still managed to get that one in. So that surely is going to be the end of the frame here, because you're not going to be overcoming a 3 snooker deficit on just 4 colours. And tries to roll the brown in with the double as well, so that's going to be just a confirmation there for him. And he's certainly going to get himself a frame on the board now, and it is going to be 1 frame each going into frame number 3. So certainly took a long time for that to happen, but now it is going to be 1 frame each here, and Judd Trump and Mark Cullen are ready to battle it all out in the next 2 frames until we head in towards the intermission break of 15 minutes time there. Once again, the referee has to try and make sure that the reds and the colours are all going to be put exactly where they were previously. And we're going to be in the situation that he's actually going to have either one of the players trying to challenge for the win here and get themselves a nice little gap. I would say that, you know, both players have struggled to find their form in. And didn't manage to have some sort of fluidity there. But in the end, both of them have managed to produce a bit of a spark there for us to see. In terms of the safety play, once again there, I think both of them will be quite disappointed with the way they have been performing at the break building part of the game. So has to just try and get this one over and done with in terms of the first 2 frames. And try and build some more momentum of their own here, especially for your Mark Cullen, using that frame, which was far from ideal there from his point of view. He still managed to win it, which ultimately is the thing that is actually going to matter there for him. And in the end, he's just going to be looking at this position on the table as a chance there for either one of the players, of course, to try and actually make it the break that is going to win them the frame without all the safety battle necessity. So the referee has got his job done, and all eyes are going to be on the players returning and actually trying to get themselves on towards getting that result done in their favour. So still waiting for both of them to return back to the arena after quite a lengthy opening 2 frames, as Judd manages to make his way back onto his chair. So now all weight is going to be on Mark Cullen here, as he gets himself on towards, I mean, pretty much anyone's game for the taking still, but it has basically turned into a best of 9 match. I don't think any of the players is going to carry any sort of momentum with them. So he's going to try and find that in the frames number 3 and 4 up until the interval, and try and develop on that in the upcoming stages of this match here. As Alan finally makes his way back on towards the arena, and this time, of course, it's going to be Trump's turn to go for a break-off shot to try and get himself off to a good start here, something that he didn't quite manage in the opening frame. As we're ready to get the 3rd frame underway. And Alan just having a look to see if he's going to have that red available there to his name in towards the left corner. And the end doesn't look to be the case. And he's just going to try and accelerate the cue ball in towards the lower part of the reds and maybe just try and send those in towards the left or right hand cushion. Have the cue ball positioned onto the lower part of them. And have those lined up for the next couple of shots there for him. And I'm just still having a look to see if he can spot anything that he's going to give him advantage over Chomp. So far, quite late into the frame, he was struggling with the safety play, both of the players, but especially Alan. Him taking a long time on those shots as he tries to go for the red in towards the left corner, manages to make that one stick. And all going to be depending on if he's actually going to find himself lined up on the yellow. It doesn't look to be the case here, so once again, probably just trying to get the cue ball in behind the cheapest of the colours. And have Chomp lined up with the snooker situation, which, to be fair to Alan, has actually managed to do quite well there. Gets himself out of danger at that time, and Chomp has to try and find his momentum out there once again. So just having a little look to see if the yellow was going to be possible there for him, but didn't take too much of the time there. Judd, well, still I would say very, very much the match that I didn't actually expect to see from both of them. Both Mark Allen and Judd were playing quite nicely yesterday, and right here, you can struggle to find any sort of form there if you talk about any of the two of them. Let's see if that's going to be something that we're still going to see later in this match, or we're just going to have to find ourselves in a situation where the best of the worst here is going to have to take the win and move on towards the final meeting with Jack Lisowski. So Chomp has to go with a 2-cushion escape at least, and in the end he's trying to do it with 3 cushions to his name. Manages to get the red quite nicely here. I'm sure that, well, Judd Chomp, if you are sure about Judd Chomp to take this in, fair play. I'll be honest, after I've seen the opening 2 frames, I wouldn't be sure about any of the 2 players actually taking this one. And Alan is just going to take the red in towards the black here. So have Chomp lined up with a couple of more safety shots to try and play. I think you can just about see enough of the edge of the red there. And try and get that in towards the green pocket as it stands. I mean, if he's going to be able to see that one and try and get the cue ball down the table and lined up for the black. And of course, wasn't the case at that time. Still a reminder that the highest break has been 40 points for Judd Chomp and 43 points for Mark Cullen. So still way below average at that aspect. So we're going to have another safety battle on our hands here as he gets the cue ball into the blue here, Mark Allen, but still manages to get himself away from that. Pot success 75% from Judd Chomp and 81% from Mark Allen. Way beyond the average, which you would expect to see those 2 players perform, especially at the semi-final stage. As well, Chomp manages to find some sort of plan there to take in towards the left corner, and once again there, in the end, doesn't look like it's going to actually get him any more than a single point here on the board. Unless he takes a brown on there with a really difficult cut to his name. But, yeah, obviously, Alan knew that one. As soon as he hit that Chomp, Alan knew that he had to go back to his chair, and that was the last that we're actually going to see there of Alan for a couple of more shots, and the referee just making sure that someone in the crowd ain't going to be distracting Chomp too much. So, still all eyes on that, and just have a little listen what we're going to have here in between the referee. So it doesn't seem to have too much of a conversation there. But the referee surely is going to keep an eye on this one. Chomp does seem to have a little bit of a nervous look towards it. Of course, it's a very important shot for him to take on. In towards the brown here, into the green pocket, and I mean, yeah, he's missed that one by very little margin. Still not going to find the cue ball cannon into any of those reds, so therefore we're going to go back to the safety battle right here, right now. So it was an important shot there from Chop, not in terms of actually making the brown in, but of course trying to develop some of those reds to take for him in the future shots. As Alan just tries to roll the red in towards the middle here, but once again they're just missing the shot, and doesn't seem to play anywhere like he has yesterday against Jordan Brown, but probably the same can be said about Chomp here. Still, both players showing far from their best snooker in terms of what we've seen. So, you know, the confirmation is going to be the fact that it has taken us 1.5 hours to actually get through the opening 2 frames. It still don't seem like we're going to be anywhere closer just yet to getting through those third one. Chomp just has a little look towards that corner once again. And has got a safety shot for him to try and play. Send the red in towards the right corner there. So, I mean, he was trying to pretty much take it as a long pot there for himself. And was never going to leave any of those reds available to Mark Allen. In the end, probably the right shot for him to take on. As he has a little look to see if Allen himself is going to have any of those reds available. Of course, compromised by the fact that the brown has taken the green pocket. And just having a little look to see if he's going to be able to get through to that one. And I mean, the confirmation is not really going to be there for him, so yeah, he's going to have to take this red in towards the yellow pocket for himself and try and take the cue ball in towards the yellow pocket, I should say, and have those reds split out into the main pack. So just having a little look for Chomp's point of view to see if he's got that red available to himself. As he just tries to play that one in towards the right-hand cushion and send the cue ball back up the table. And the same red is going to be possible here for Allen. But once again there, it all comes down to the position after this shot and getting himself lined up for a nice little straightforward ending, he would hope, of the third frame. You know, he's going to have 12 reds at his disposal after this one. Doesn't have to worry about getting himself on the color, of course, with the brown being in the position that he currently holds itself. And still misses a red though. And he's going to leave a chance away to Chomp in towards the right corner here. So it doesn't seem to go as far as it could have here for Mark Allen. He had a chance taken there in the previous frame, but this time around it's going to be the chance missed here. And I mean, Chomp is going to replicate that form. And is going to miss a chance of himself. So it still doesn't seem like that's going anywhere with the way it has been played so far. And yeah, unfortunately, so what I'm going to have to do is probably go on towards the text version because of the broadcast just not being where it actually has been. So we'll try and switch up on towards the scoreline, but it ain't going to be with that audio commentary off as well. So sorry about that one, but we'll have to switch on towards the text broadcast for this stage at least. Right then now, ladies and gentlemen, after a lengthy comeback, we're finally here and the host is going to be watching this one with you. So as we go to very much the climbing point of this match here, as you can see, Judd has managed to win 2 frames on the bounce here after being 3-2 down to Mark Allen, and right now finds himself being 35 points clear with still 35 on the table. So was unable to get himself on the last and the remaining red. So has to engage himself into one more safety battle, and something that we have seen quite a while back. Welcome back. Yeah, as I say, it's never a nice thing to do, but didn't really feel like it was going to go for 4 hours or so. And therefore, which, you know, is the way that this match has gone, of course, starting over 4 hours ago. It has been very lengthy, 7.5 frames, but ultimately it probably was worth the wait for Judd fans. He managed to back himself up there and find some sort of form as he now approaches a 5-3 lead, being very much close to reaching there for him. As I did say that just a couple of seconds ago, and now he manages to cross double the red in towards the green pocket. So, the 5-3 lead, if he was close the shot before, it's going to be his for the taking now. Having a lead of 36 points now to his name. And rolls the cue ball in towards the black here. So it is going to be a frame conceded to Mark Allen. So clearly not feeling like he can give 2 snookers back here with the 6 colours remaining on the table. So now it is going to be Judd with a lead of 5 frames to 3. Only one more frame needed there for him to set up a clash with Jack Lisowski there once again. You know, Chomp is looking for his 32nd career ranking event title, and Lisowski, of course, will have the 7th time of asking that he's going to try and challenge for the title himself. Oh dear, by Mark. Yes, Stephen, you did say that it was going to be a comeback. It could have been a comeback, to be fair, after Judd has actually missed a blacking towards the right middle previously, and you know, Allen had a chance to produce a comeback until that point, although, you know, he got himself positioned on the blue in a nice way and tried to cannon the cue ball in towards the reds. Didn't land on one though, so had to play a safety. In the end, only scoring 35 points in the opposition to 62 being presented to him by Trump. And therefore, had to go with the plan B option, which would have been the safety battle, which, to be fair, Allen managed to come out on top for the majority of the match up to this point. And Paul Caldwell comeback. Well, you did say it was hardly even a comeback, because I probably will agree with you. I think it has been very much even play there from both of the players. And you have to just probably say one stage of the match it was Allen looked like he was going to be on top for the majority of it. In the end, Trump managed to play some great stuff in frame number 6, which I thought was very much the turning point. Allen could have won that frame absolutely easily. Could have gone 4-2 up there. Instead, it was 3 frames each, and therefore it has been transferred into a nice little gap of 5 frames to 3. Winding Stephen up, he's all over the place. I get that, and love a little banter there, Paul. Certainly would agree with you on that one. As I say, it's going to be a comeback right now. We all know that Mark Allen loves a little bit of a decider, especially in the Home Nation series this year. So let's see if he's going to be able to get himself another one. For now, we wait Mark Allen to return back to the arena to get us underway for frame number 9. Hasn't been so much of a break-off drama as it has seen in the match of Jack Lisowski against Watchalong. So still all to play for here in between the 2 players. As we still wait for them to come back to the arena for what could be, of course, the last frame of this match here. From Belfast myself, doesn't look like Mark will do it, in fairness. The crowd is certainly up for it. They're certainly giving absolutely everything for the players. As Allen is now back onto the arena. And we just wait for Judd to return himself. The crowd will bully Trump out of the arena. Well, I don't think they will. I still think he has got support. And didn't really hear any of them get involved in between the shots there. And let's see. Mark is able to sort of produce a comeback of winning 3 frames on the bounce, but of course he can't afford to lose any more of those. As Trump is ready to get on the action here Just waiting for someone in the crowd to, settle down. And the referee does seem to still have control of very much fired up crowd here in Belfast. And, was a couple of concerns there previously by Mark Cullen, of course, controversially. And, the black that he managed to miss in the second frame, which has given a chance away to Judd, which, to be fair to him, he didn't manage to convert. Alan was looking at the crowd there as if to say that someone has actually put him off. There's been a couple of moments, but nothing too significant for the semi-final stage, as right now it's a nice little break-off shot. So Trump gets Alan into a little bit of danger zone and has to ask him to get the cue ball to try and maybe play back away in towards the main pack of reds. As he uses the cushion to his advantage there, so wants the cue ball to run here. And of course, a couple of those occasions, especially in that frame that had a re-rack twice, in frame number 7, which ultimately Judd managed to have a nice little comfortable break there. Result is irrelevant anyway, since the title is going to Lisowski, which will be his first of an initial 45 ranking event titles. I do think you have invested way too much in your Jack Lisowski stocks, but don't cash out just yet, because I think they might go up massively tomorrow should he be victorious over either Judd Trump or Mark Allen. Still think it's going to be a massive challenge there for him, but he's managed to make his win a couple of hours ago. In fact, it probably has been around 7 hours now since Lisowski was confirmed as the finalist, and therefore he's going to get a bit more rest time. It's now basically 14 hours since, until we have to play the final. And of course, he had to play 7 frames, and both of these players are guaranteed to play at least 9 frames. And if Mark Allen has to win this one, he has to do the long way once again here. And has to force a decider first. And, of course, my scoreline at the start of it was 6-2 in favour of Trump. I think it will be a very good final, whatever way these goes, to be honest. I think it will be, like, if I'm completely unbiased, and I say what I think, and I actually think that Judd Trump is going to be a better final setup for Lisowski. I'm not going to say he's going to boost his chances, but, he ain't going to impact his chances massively. By the way, good luck to the referee trying to get the ping back after Trump has missed the reds there. And, has he given a free ball away here? Sorry, that was Allen, not Trump. Apologies for that. That was Mark Allen, not Judd Trump. And Trump is himself having a look to see if he can get himself on a little plant of reds here. Jack on good form, but Judd a true champion. The thing about these semi-finals is these two players have got 6 Northern Ireland Open titles in between the two of them. As Trump had that feeling that he was going to go for that plant, and he felt like he was worth taking on the shot. In the end, has he managed to get the cue ball in behind the yellow here? Because if he has, he got himself under all sorts of trouble, because that red that he played in towards the left corner has stayed over the corner pocket here. So this could be a nice little invitation for Mark Allen. And of course he can't see that one, so let off to an extent there from Trump. To be fair, he did manage to get a nice little traction on the cue ball at that time, and this seems to be pacey here on the cue ball from Mark Allen. But in the end, he plays a shot nice there. 5-3 for Judd. It is Coco. Is he going to be 6-3, or are we going to go at least to frame number 9 to see if Mark Allen can produce one last comeback there? As he has been a true champion of the Home Nation Series so far this year. Overcoming the likes of Barry Hawkins, Ding Wei, Ben Wollaston, Jack Jones and Judd in the final of the English Open. Can he try and do it to the world number 1 and a full-time champion here? As Trump just tries to get that cue ball away from the pack here, and nearly dropping that one in towards the green pocket. In the end, probably was just about as controlled as he could have been. In terms of the cue balls, never really dropping in there, but ultimately leaves a chance away, of course, for Allen to try and take the plant in towards the left corner, which has red over the corner pocket, as he has a little look to see if he can try to find an easy route for it. Of course, would have been studied by Chomp on the previous time of asking for him to make sure that if he does roll the cue ball in towards the green pocket, he has to make sure that Mark Allen is not going to have any sort of invitation for himself to try and get that one back into the play. So as he has a little look to see once again there, doesn't seem to be too confident about taking the shot on. Once again, just has a little look for the plant in towards the left corner. I mean, the one that you can actually see there, and there's a clear plant in towards the red of the left corner pocket, but it's compromised by another red there. And therefore, you can't really be sure of taking this one on. Allen taking all the time in the world that he's got. Over 65 seconds already, and does seem to actually commit right now. So, of course, could be the shot that is going to be his last one in the match, with the scoreline being very much up against him. And, well, I mean, he's playing the do-or-die shot. Easy going to get himself on the collar because he got himself a pot here, and I think he's just about landed all right on this pink. Very much causing complete chaos on the snooker table. And, well, I mean, doesn't seem to be too pleased with the way he's actually ended on this pink, and does look to be considering where he's going to be the safe zone to put the cue ball. Surely, if you go for the plant like that, you're going to get yourself on the pink with any sort of a chance to continue the break. You have to take it there, especially with being 5-3 down. I mean, it is going to be an ultimate cut there for him. But as I say, if he manages to take it, there's going to be a great chance for him to actually win the frame from the current visits to the table. But my offer obviously doesn't seem too much appealing there for him. He just rolls the cue ball away from the main pack. And we're going to have Judd Chomp return to the table here after a very risky plant there. Doesn't seem to get too much here for Mark Allen. You know, I think you'll feel like the luck has been against him, especially in the second part of this match. But as the true champions say, you write your own luck. And you have to be very careful with what you give away to your opponent. And Mark Allen hasn't been too careful with that. I know he's had probably a better safety success in terms of his comparison with Judd Chomp. But Judd Chomp has managed to, you know, make those breaks actually count there for him. And apart from that break of 135 points from Mark Allen, I don't actually think we've seen too much of a brilliant performance from him. So Judd obviously not really thinking that he can get the cue ball into a safe zone at all. So leaves a difficult red away for Mark Allen. But I mean, I say difficult, it's the one that you wouldn't expect a professional leave to you. Realistically, especially in the semi-final stage. So all about the pot now for him. Chomp will be looking himself, but I think he'll be very pleased to see the result and the outcome, because it's going to be a chance given away here to Judd Chomp. And what a chance this is. You know, if you take the black back on his spot there and you take all these reds into account, this is a golden opportunity now for the golden boy of snooker, Judd Chomp now, the ace in the pack. Could he emerge with an ultimate royal flush here on his hands? And as he gets himself lined up for the pink in towards the right corner, he's having a little look to see his path onto the next red, which, you know, will get him that step closer to victory, and a very important win as well. Of course, one of the toughest that he had to produce in the entire tournament. Still, didn't have to go the distance quite yet up until this stage. And I mean, after this miss of Mark Allen in towards the right corner pocket, it probably won't have to do that either. Who remembers? Alright, top chums, not me. Probably not my era. Never heard of it, but if you have a look at the position now, there Judd Chomp has got ahead of himself. He's got the pink now to try and roll in towards the right corner. And so many reds to try and eliminate here. So 20 points is going to be the gap now of 19, of course. Advantage 20 over 1 there from Judd Chomp's point of view. Still 123 on the table. Or until it was. With that red disappearing, it makes it 115 now. But ultimately, still more than enough here full position in the open play now for Judd Trump to try and take to his advantage. Yes, he rolls the pink in towards the right corner now. He's done that a couple of occasions, so he's just having a look to see, one last glance to see if his next red is going to be the one in towards the left middle. Does seem to be the logical outcome for me, and he does seem to agree with me on this one. So I'm going to take the red and just try and clean up the table here from the edges, and doesn't want to touch the main pack just yet, with it being covered up close to the left corner pocket after all the safety shots being played. But now, of course, the way for you to go in such a late stage of the match, and especially against such a tougher position, is try and just take your time and eliminate all the easy reds to make sure that if your opponent is the one to get the chance, you're going to give them anything easy to try and play with. Now 33 points is the gap, one more red to go in towards the left corner, so just trying to free up more and more pockets here. Eventually, of course, Trump will either be forced or just voluntarily try to get the black in towards its own spot. And just as I talk about it, he's going to be on the next shot here, as he's got himself lined up for his black in towards the left corner. And camera is on Mark Allen, just as if to say that he maybe has actually had his last shot of the competitive Home Nation Series, very much until we get to the Scottish Open. But of course now it's all going to depend on Judd Trump's performance, as he has managed to get himself a very important break of 36 points and counting, eliminating, as I say, the majority of the easy reds, and has to get himself onto a couple of difficult ones now. Gets himself very straight on the one in towards the right corner, that he can try and screw the cue ball off towards the left corner pocket. Plays that shot really nicely there, because, it was one of the reds that could have been classified as difficult. And if he takes those away, he'll certainly be able to manage the fact that it has been the last shot of Mark Allen's campaign here at the Northern Ireland Open. And of course, it has very much been the tournament of the high-seeded players. Both Mark Allen, Karen Wilson and Judd Trump were inside the top 5 at the times that they managed to actually win those tournaments. It's now Trump goes 50 points clear, with still 83 on the table. Takes the pink in towards the right corner once again there, uses the right hand side cushion to send the cue ball up for the red here, on towards the left corner. And as he now finds himself 56 points clear, he's still going to be nicely away in towards at least 2 more reds now, which of course is going to get him above the 67 points cutoff zone, which is going to be a very important number for him, because that's going to be the number of points that Mark Allen can technically score out of 5 available reds, which Trump is going to try and reduce the number of reds to with his next couple of shots. Gets himself lined up for the black here in towards the right corner. Just has a little look to see where he has to place the cue ball to make sure that he's going to have the best possible view to actually get the red in towards the left middle. As Allen just has to watch on there and pray for a mistake, and of course the mistake has to happen now for him to actually still be in a real contention. Roll the black in now. This time it's not going to be the same mistake as he was in the previous frame, but ultimately has he tried too much there with Trump, as he left himself with not seeing enough of that red, and therefore does he have to go for a couple of more safety shots? I think that certainly is going to be the case, unless he goes for that risky red in towards the right corner. I mean, with the way this match has gone, it could not have been that easy for Trump to actually close off the match here. And I mean, he may actually have to go for that red in towards the right corner just to make sure that he's going to be out of the reaching points. Of course, he needs a colour for that, but ultimately that red and taking 8 points away from Mark Allen is going to be a very massive shot there for him. And it's basically a shot for the final, and it is in there. So brilliant shot there from Trump. At the time where he had to deliver, he has managed to do that. 65 points clear, still 67 on the table. So, all eyes on the pink here, of course, but I think the most difficult and the most important of the shots has just been potted there with that rest. And the pink is just going to be the reassurance that we are going to go into a 6-3 of a scoreline, and the pink is going to be in. So indeed, it is going to be the world number 1 and game over. I mean, it certainly is game over now. 71 points is going to be the advantage. So I don't think Chomp is going to try and rush this one. Just play a safety shot here and make sure that Alan is going to come back to the table for just a couple of more shots. And in the end, it's a brilliant break there from Chomp. Did manage to do really well with the position that was ahead of himself. And ultimately, you have to just go back with a comeback there on the opening frame, and just how important could it prove to be? Because had he not won that frame, could it have been a very different story there for Mark Allen and for Judd Chomp, of course. But now it does very much look like the fact that the world number 1 is going to have to face the world number 29 there once again for the fourth time of asking. It is going to be Jack Lisowski against Judd Chomp in the ranking event final. We all know what happened in the previous 3 of those encounters, which is actually the reason why Jack Lisowski is still looking for his maiden ranking event title. But now Alan just has to try and get those reds in the open play. Of course, gets himself onto 4 of those, pot them with blacks, and try and do something with the last remaining one. Still standing on the table. So this time it's not going to have to be that shot though, as he has to roll the cue ball in towards the reds. And I mean, he's tried that shot before and it hasn't worked out. I don't think it's going to work out for him nicely here, because the same red is going to be given away there to left corner. Look forward to the final. Going to see it after work tomorrow. Shame it won't be out. The better player won. Yes. If the red is in, he's going to be certainly the better player has won, and it is going to be the case. So, Judd Chomp is into the final, and what a clash we've got on our hands. Jack Lisowski against Judd Chomp now. And, I mean, who is it going to be there? Is it going to be the man in form, or is it going to be the world number 1 here? Still think Jack has played the better snooker of the 2 of them. Has probably, arguably, managed to beat the better opposition there, with the likes of Selby and Wilson being eliminated on his way. But ultimately, it was Judd Chomp that managed to overcome the difficulty of the likes of Mark Cullen, the likes of Guy Wilson, and the likes of John Higgins, of course. So you could argue about the more difficult opposition of the 2. And in the end, as Chomp misses the red, and good job there, are the words from Mark Allen. And he certainly was a brilliant job for Mark Allen to get to the semi-final stage. But ultimately, Judd Chomp was just too good today to be defeated. And now he's going to march on to be the finalist here. And now it is going to be confirmed. So Jack Lisowski against Judd Chomp. What a battle we've got on our hands. And if you go for a little bit of a review of the way this match has gone, as I say, the opening frame was not where the match was lost there by Allen, but it was a massive blow there for him. With, 2 sneakers needed there for Judd Chomp to actually put himself back in the game there. He managed to find those. He managed to have a brilliant clearance with the free ball. Allen was able to come back there at him though. Equal things out. Go 1 each. After a very much lengthy second frame as well there. Chomp was able to respond though, once again there, with a break of 73 at that time on frame number 3. To go 2-1 clear. And thanks for your commentary, mate. Thank you very much for joining everyone, and Paul there as well in the chat. I appreciate every single one of you. Intermission was probably helpful for Chomp, you have to say, because even though Mark Allen was able to come back on the winning streak and get himself 2 frames on the bounce there, 1 before the intermission and 1 straight after, ever since it was Judd Chomp's game to lose there, and winning 4 frames on the bounce certainly was a nice little bonus. Winning, of course, that frame, which was re-racked twice there after some of the brilliant safety play from the 2 players. But in the end, all the analysis will have to be done tomorrow, because it is going to be the clash of 2 friends and 2 brilliant players there, of course, Jack Lisowski and Judd Chomp. Who is he going to be the winner of the Home Nation Series tournament number 2 here of this season? We're going to have to find out tomorrow. But thank you very much for joining in. Again, appreciate the people that have actually stood by me. And, apologies once again for the little break that we had in between the frames here. But Appreciate the support, and we will be back strong. Who do I think? I don't know really, because if you ask me about it, I can go boring and I can say Judd, or I can go Jack and say, I think I will go Jack, but I'm going to do it a little bit for the hype there. Because I think realistically, I think over 17 frames, I think Judd will have him. I think Lisowski's a bit too inconsistent for me, but if he plays anything like he's played today, it's going to be a very difficult match there for Chomp. So I'm just going to go Judd, but it's going to be 60-40 for me. We're going to find out though. All eyes on tomorrow, and until then, thank you very much for watching, and same big rate for Jack, but probably will be Judd. Yes, let's see then. All action to come tomorrow as we reach the boiling point, and only one man can become the champion tomorrow on Sunday here in Belfast. Speak to you soon.